This is the one that sometimes works. All right, that should be good. All right. Let's pull out notes. It is time. You guys got a bunch of extra free time. Hoods are off. Please. I'm sure it is. I'm sure the hood's comfortable. But that is in the handbook.
Let me make sure you're actually left. Yes, okay.
That is in the handbook. All right, ladies. About that, we don't know what happened. All right, Noah, back to your side.
Wait, who are the 7 that died?
Lost some time. We got to get through some notes. All right, yesterday we talked about some of the vice president, what happens, or we talked about some of the vacant, how 18 times in American history vice president has become vacant. Okay, 9 of them succeeded the presidency, 2 resigned, and 7 died in office, and that's where we left off. I also believe we talked about this one a little bit, but I'll have it up there in case you didn't get it. Okay, but everyone ready? Apologize for that. The mic wasn't working. We're just starting our notes. No, we're just starting our notes. I was doing a real review from yesterday. Okay, we're talking about the branch of the president, talk about some of the vice president, and we're continuing with that. All right, you guys had this one already, right? All right, next one. The vice president has been taking more active role in executive affairs since the 20th century began. Okay, remember we mentioned how the vice president really didn't do much, okay, and there's nothing in the Constitution really like saying, hey, vice president, you do this. Okay, it was just mainly you were there. You were like a support, or in case anything happened to the president, you were there to fill in. Okay, where now we see the vice president doing a little bit more. Okay, still not really bound by the Constitution specifically, okay, but he does a little bit more. He assists more, whether in meetings, speaking, okay, and we see obviously it has an influence on the voting as well. Sometimes a president gets voted in by having a good vice president. Okay, that has happened sometimes in our history as well. Okay, or a president because maybe he was a good nominee, but his vice president wasn't. So sometimes that has also hurt people running for the presidential spot. Okay, Calvin Coolidge became the first vice president to attend the cabinet meetings on a regular basis. Eisenhower also succeeded presidents and have helped make the vice president a more important role. I think it's supposed to be role. I apologize. But make it more important. Okay, traditionally, again, as we mentioned, the vice president has held little prestige. Okay, Calvin Coolidge was the first vice president for this. Okay, the vice presidency has gradually come to be considered more important, and we see that now in our thing. Okay, but we're going to have a transition into the president's leadership. Okay, what's given to him, the power given to him, obviously through God, okay, through the people. We've talked about a little bit how authority is given by God. All authority and power is given from God. Okay, but some factors that contributes to the growth of the presidential power. Okay, first we see Congress has granted powers to the president through legislation. Okay, through law, through Constitution, through amendments. Okay, we see president's powers given through that. Like any leader, the president is given his authority ultimately, as we mentioned, from God. Okay, first and foremost, I don't think that we're going to have a ton of notes on that because we should know that by now. Okay, certainly we're in a Christian school. Most of us, if not all of us, are Christians. That God has all power. He gives all authority. We've talked about verses that go with it. Okay, but all authority is given from God. Okay, the president, he also has the privilege and responsibility of leadership because God wills it. God allows him to lead. Okay, when Pilate told Jesus that as a Roman governor, he had power over life, Jesus replied by telling Pilate he had power, he replied, man, I'm struggling to talk, by telling Pilate that he had no power to accept it was given to him by God. Okay, we even see it, so relationship between government and God. Okay, Pilate and Jesus, Pilate said, hey, I have power of life and death. Okay, and Jesus responded, and we see this in the Bible. It said, hey, you have power because my Father or God has given it to you, or I have given you the power. All right. Obviously, Pilate didn't like that. Okay, Romans 13:1 tells us that there are no powers but those which are ordained and granted by God. World leaders like the president have influence over national and international events because they rule as at God's pleasure. A president's constitutional and historical authority given to him or give him great influence in national affairs. But the greatest influence a president can generate comes from his what? What do you think comes from? We mentioned this. The most important attribute of a person or president is character. Good, character. Okay, but we see this power is given first from God. Okay, but from the Congress through legislation. We also see power given through national emergencies, especially in time of war. Okay, he has to lead, or the president lead various presidents to exercise unprecedented powers. Okay, basically to say, okay, obviously 9/11 is up there on the screen. Okay, when things or events like this happen, okay, the president does have to say, hey, this is an act of war, we're going to war. He has that power to do that, to call arms. Okay, people expect strong leadership in times of crisis and are more willing to concede of the demands of the president than they are under normal circumstances. Wouldn't you agree a little bit? Okay, when something like this happens, whether we like or hate someone, all right, we kind of all come together a little bit more. We're like, all right, we can put our prideful, which I wish that this would happen more often. We wouldn't need great tragedies like this. But when things like this happen, and we see as Americans, we usually come more together. Not always, but we usually come more together for the one purpose, and the president is allowed to do that. We're like, hey, okay, let's come as one nation again and defeat our enemies, those trying to defeat us. All right, we also see, okay, or as I mentioned, I forgot to put this up there already, sorry. People expect strong leadership, times of crisis. Sorry, I forgot to put that up there. You good, Jalen? Yeah, it's continued. It's all 29. Everyone good on the notes? All right, we also see, Jalen, we'll get that in a second. We'll also see the welfare state has grown steadily, okay, under this power, okay, increasing the dependence of many Americans upon the federal government and its chief executive, or the president. Okay, which with welfare, it makes them rely on government. It makes them rely on the president. Okay, those people who rely all on welfare. Obviously, welfare can be a good thing, but it can also be an abused thing. Okay, we also see power, or the presidential power, through a demonstration of superior leadership qualities, such as persuasion, organization, decisiveness, endurance, and personality. Certain presidents have greatly increased the power of their office. Okay, so through these attributes, as head attributes, obviously more would go into this. And the leadership qualities, okay, these are what are used in increasing, or maybe a president is good at some of these, and it increases their influence, which in the end increases their power, right? If I have the influence of myself, but I have the backing up of people, okay, my influence is greatened, okay, which would mean as a president, my power is greatened because more people will follow and obey. You okay? Yeah. All right. Okay, we see also moving along with this, so that's the power that is given, the presidential power, but the foundation of the president's influence and authority is found in the Constitution. The whole purpose, role, everything in between, okay, is given through our Constitution, amendments, all these different things. Okay, President Coolidge had a wise understanding of problems that presidents face over time. All right, so this is quoted by him, President Coolidge. It is difficult for men in high office to avoid the malady of self-delusion. They are always surrounded by worshipers. They are constantly, and for the most part, sincerely assured of their greatness. They live in an artificial atmosphere, atmosphere of adulation and exaltation, which sooner or later impairs their judgment. They are in grave danger of becoming careless and arrogant. Okay, this was quoted by a president because it's kind of true. We see not only in America, but throughout history, okay, the more power someone receives, okay, what can happen, or the danger in that? Abuse of power. Okay, we see people using it for, instead of certainly the president, because he's not like our official king. Okay, make sure our other subjects are put away. It's history class. Okay, we can work on that after we're done. When someone has too much power, okay, even if they had good intentions in the beginning, okay, they start abusing their power for who? For themselves. Okay, same thing, a president, okay, obviously he doesn't have supreme power. That's why we have a system that we have to try to balance everything out. Okay, but if someone is given too much power, okay, people follow too much, okay, that can be dangerous. And we see that even, this is a president speaking. Okay, this is someone that maybe he experienced this. He saw this himself firsthand. Okay, so he's like, hey, warning, heeding. Okay, when these things happen, these people can be in danger of becoming careless and arrogant in my own ways. If I have the power and I have everyone following me and I make a decision, okay, sometimes people are following blindly. Okay, they don't know why they follow, they just follow. And I do things and they don't really think about what I did. They just, oh yeah, he's a great person, yes. Okay, even though he just blew up what he should have been doing. All right, so we see that. President announced that. Constitutional powers, as I just mentioned, all authority, power is found in the Constitution, guidelines through the Constitution, articles, sections, all that good stuff. Okay, moving on a little bit to the role of the president. Okay, like any leader, the president is given, and we're going to harp on it more and more and more. Okay, all power is given by God. Okay, so the president is given his authority ultimately by God. He has the privilege and responsibility of leadership. We've talked about it even a couple notes ago. Okay, because God wills it. Okay, most countries separate of the roles of head of state and head of government. In Great Britain, for example, the head of state is the monarch, while the head of government is the prime minister. Okay, therefore, it is said of the monarch that he reigns, but does not rule. In the United States, however, the president must do both. The president of the United States has 5 primary roles. Okay, sorry. I was missing going down the slides a little bit. I have to catch up. I'm speaking too fast. So we have President's constitutional and historical authority give him great influence on national affairs, but his greatest influence comes from character. Kind of said. Okay, we talked about how character, okay, talking about leadership, character breeds good leadership. Character to use his executive power properly, not to abuse it. He should be guided, not by the opinion of polls, but by principles. And that's where we're seeing a little that's where we mess up, okay? We act upon, and as humans we just do this naturally, but certainly people running for president, we act upon polls or what people want, right, just to get voted in, right? Wouldn't you guys agree? We kind of just adapt to the people to get votes, or that's what it says, the polls. Okay, rather, when you guys agree by that, Okay, people or the people running, presidents, governors, whoever, okay, they run with a mentality of, hey, I'm just going to try in my guidelines, but I'm going to adapt to whatever the people want so I can get as many votes as I can. Would you guys agree? Is anyone listening? Would you agree for the most part? All right, rather than the whole purpose of them running, okay, is to run in a sense of and being guided by correct principles. Okay, and where do we get correct principles? The Bible, which obviously we see a lot of people drawing away from that. Sorry, I was talking way too fast. I got ahead of myself. Skip some notes. Okay, again, talking with, okay, the powers of the president. Sorry, I'll go back. You're good. Finish it. These next things we're going over are the presidential powers, adding on to what we've already said. Okay, if you need help, they are on page 107, so you can write those down. Page 107 if it's easier to see it in the book rather than following on the screen. Is everyone ready? Sure everyone's got it. Good? All right, the presidential powers. The president is to be commander-in-chief of the Army, Navy, and that is a typo, state militants. I mean, it works though. Militias, same thing. It means the same thing. Okay. Also may require the written opinion of his executive power or officers. Okay, so his advisors. A lot of time you have, like, we've talked about all the different positions, okay, that help the president or are supposed to help. Okay, also the president can grant reprieves and pardons except in the case of impeachment. So obviously he can't save himself or anyone else from impeachment. I'll go back. Thank you for tuning in, Christian. Good to see you. Sorry, I guess we were live, but there was a technical difficulty for Bible. So if you need anything on that, let me know. We do have a verse quiz tomorrow, so be ready for that. Okay, the president also fills vacancies, okay, that occurred during the recess of the Senate. Okay, he informs Congress of the State of Union. He recommends legislation to Congress, and he may convene and adjourn both houses of Congress. Okay, again, these are all on page 107. All these things from the Constitution that is given. Okay, he also receives ambassadors and other public ministers from abroad. Okay, he meets with them, meetings with them to make decisions on our treaties and alliances. Yes, sir. All right, it's also on page 107. That'll help you. Okay, he gives commissions to all officers of the United States. He may veto acts of Congress, and we kind of talked about that last chapter a little bit, how that works. Okay, he can make treaties and appointments with ambassadors, public ministers, consuls, justices of the Supreme Court, and other federal officers with the consent of the Senate. Okay, again, to not abuse his power. There is a system to help try to balance. Okay, and it's also to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Sorry, I skipped those. Kind of forgot about them. Ooh. Excuse me. I'm struggling in the mass today. All right, sorry about that. I skipped over his notes. Back to where we were going. Okay, talking about the leadership or roles. We just talked about leadership. The roles of the president. Okay, there are 5 primary roles. Okay, 5 primary roles of the president. We have chief of state. Yes. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Okay, you got chief of state. He's the chief executive, chief legislator, chief diplomat, and commander-in-chief. And we're going to kind of go over those a little bit so we know the difference. Okay, but one of the main ones, obviously being the chief of state. We just have to know these are the primary roles of the president. Everyone good? Okay, chief of state. As chief of state, the president is the ceremonial head of government and the symbol of national unity. In this capacity, his duties are similar to those of the kings or queens of some modern nations. The president's ceremonial duties include such things as dedicating monuments, parks, and post offices, decorating war heroes, and throwing out the first ball at the beginning of the baseball season. Okay, so the president makes official state visits to foreign countries and receives visiting chiefs of state at the White House. Okay, so these are all kind of consisting in this chief of state. Okay, the Constitution gives the president 3 ceremonial functions as chief of state. Okay, so the Constitution gives 3 ceremonial functions in this position of being chief of state. First, his inauguration. Okay, every 4 years, about 2 months after November election, the nation observes a presidential inauguration. Okay, and according to the 20th Amendment, made in 1933, the inauguration is to make place at noon, and we've talked about this, on January 20th instead of March 4th, as it was done prior to the amendment. The president stands on the east steps of the Capitol and recites the oath prescribed by the Constitution. So they say, and you probably have heard it, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Okay, this is all in his inauguration. Okay, this oath is administered by the Chief of Justice of the Supreme Court. George Washington was inaugurated on the balcony of the nation's first capital. Thomas Jefferson was the first president to be inaugurated in Washington, D.C., and James Madison was the first to be inaugurated on the state capitol, which has become the traditional site for presidential inauguration. George Washington's first inauguration took place on April 30th, 1789. Sorry, forgot to move forward again. According to the 20th Amendment, the inauguration. Okay, but George Washington was the first inauguration, April 30th, 1789. Washington stood with his hands on the Bible as Chancellor Livingston of New York administered the presidential oath as given in the Constitution. Make sure we get all the notes. Okay, also have, after taking his oath of office, the president gives an inaugural address. Okay, that we're going to talk about in a second. I'll put it up there so you guys can write while I talk. All right, and taking the oath. Okay, at the end, do we know the 4 words he said? Does anyone know? For bonus on our next quiz, does anyone know the 4 words without reading the book? Without reading the book, Esther.
For what is it?
The 4 words Washington added to the Constitution. So help me God. So help me God. Noah will get a little bit bonus on our next quiz, which is possibly tomorrow. Okay, he said, so help me God. It has been a tradition for the president to recite the oath with his hand on the Bible and to conclude the oath with, so help me God. All right, it's kind of just become a tradition. Most people don't even really mean it anymore, but it's just something they do. All right, obviously it doesn't completely make sense to me how we can inaugurating them by having hand on the Bible if they don't even believe or live by the Bible. To me, that doesn't really make any sense. That's my opinion. Okay, why do they do that if none of their morals or standards are on the Bible? They're promising on what? On what grounds? To me, on no grounds, because they don't believe or follow the Bible. That's just my opinion. Okay, after taking the oath that's up there, the president gives a short inaugural address, which is a speech usually expressing the main points to be followed by his new administration. One thing that most presidents have stressed in their inaugural addresses is the nation's need for continual dependence on God. Okay, so that's what it used to be. Okay, President George Washington stressed this dependence in his first inaugural address. He said this: "It would be peculiarly improper to omit in this first official act my fervent supplications to the Almighty Being who rules over the universe, who presides in the councils of nations, in tendering this homage to the great authority of every public and private good. I assure myself that it expresses your sentiments, not less than my own. I shall take my present leave, but not without to the benign parent of the human race, in humble supplication that since he has been pleased to favor the American people with opportunities, so his divine blessing may be equally conspicuous in the enlarged views, the temperate consultations, and the wise measures on which the success of the government must depend." Okay, that was George Washington's inaugural address. With that, okay, we had a few main things we talked about within the Chief of Staff. Okay, we have the inauguration ceremony. We also have the State of Union Address. The State of Union Address. This is given to the Congress shortly after Congress convenes. In it, the President reports on the state of the nation, summarizes important domestic and foreign issues, and often recommends specific legislation. Okay, senators and representatives gather in joint sessions in the House chamber to receive the message. The President reports to the state, condition of the nation, summarizes important domestic and foreign issues in this, and often recommends these specific legislations. President Washington and John Adams delivered their State of Union address in person. Thomas Jefferson began the tradition of sending written messages and having them read to the legislators. All right, Thomas Jefferson is the one who kind of started that. He was a good writer, as we all should know, okay, being the main writer in a lot of our main documents. Okay, but he would write it and then have someone say it for him. Maybe he wasn't the greatest speaker. I don't know. Okay. But he was a great writer. We do know he was a great writer. So he would write it and have someone else speak it for him. He started that tradition. This tradition was not broken until the administration of Woodrow Wilson in the early 20th century. Recent presidents have allowed Wilson's example in delivering the address in person. His State of Union address have taken on new political significance since they're carried by radio, television, and internet to the American people. Normally, the address is an outline of the president's budget to be submitted to Congress days after the speech. All right, so we'll end there. There is no homework today. I'll give you guys the option. Okay, we may have a short quiz tomorrow, but you will have to review on your own. Or we can have a full quiz on Friday, and we'll review tomorrow. First option. Second option, I'm assuming, would be almost everyone. All right, we'll have that quiz on Friday. We'll review tomorrow. It might be a little longer because I'll add a little more content to it. Okay, but we'll review for that tomorrow. No homework today, you guys. Have a good one.
All right, welcome to chemistry. We're going to get started today with a quiz. So you guys need to go ahead and clear your textbooks, your supplements. Make sure you have only your periodic table, your ion name sheet that I just handed you. Distance learners, you've been sent a copy through My School Works. And then you guys also need to get out 2 pencils, please. All right, so distance learners will be back once the quiz is done here. Whoops. All right. Apparently that got moved. Let's go back up there. There we go. And why? Getting real done with streaming systems today. How about you actually accept the input from my laptop? Hey, there we go. I'm okay. All right. Oxygen is the most abundant element in the Earth's crust. That's the main thing you need to know about it. Or that's the first thing you need to know about it. It is about 50% of the Earth's crust mass. That is a hard sentence to say. All right? So that is about 50% of the mass of the crust of the Earth, not the core, just the part that we stand on. Okay? This also accounts for about 21% of our atmosphere in the form of free oxygen, which is a really, really, really good thing because then we can breathe. Very important. It is about 2/3 of the mass of the human body. Keep in mind if we're about 70% water. Okay, although, or 60 or 80, or no one can agree. Okay, if we're over halfway water, it's a lot of our mass. Composes 90% of the oceans. Keep in mind hydrogen is very light. Okay, so it composes 90% of the oceans. It is a component of almost all biologically vital molecules. We'll see that later. And it's about 1/4 of the atoms in living organisms. It exists in two allotropes. An allotrope is different from an isotope. So an isotope has a different number of neutrons in the core, okay, in the nucleus. And ions have different numbers of electrons. An allotrope is a different number of atoms bonded together, okay? So this is forms of the same element that differ in their properties but exist in the same physical state. O2 and O3 are the two examples here. O2 is oxygen. O3 we know better as ozone. It's that electronic smell. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, okay. Those are both just oxygen. The only difference is ozone is 3 oxygen atoms bonded together instead of 2. Okay, which does involve a pair of delocalized electrons. Yes? I have no idea what you're saying. What do you? I don't understand the beginning of your question.
Like oxygen is diatomic.
Correct.
So why is O2 considered allotrope?
No, allotrope just means it's more than one form. So it has 2 allotropes. It's just like carbon has more than one isotope. Even though carbon-12 is the default one, it's still an isotope. Same idea. O2 is the default one, but it's still an allotrope. O3 is the alternate allotrope, if you want to think of it that way. All right. Oxygen, as far as we know, is odorless, tasteless, and colorless. There's a reason I word stuff like that, and I meant to word it that way with hydrogen too. How would we know? We've been inhaling it and breathing it, and like, how would we know that it has no color? How would we know that it has no, like, to us, because we're surrounded by it all the time, it's odorless, tasteless, and colorless. Again, as far as we can perceive. Okay? So anyway, that's just kind of how I word that. Like, it's more of a thought experiment than anything, okay? Just know that it's those 3 things. It has a melting point of negative 210 degrees Celsius, has a boiling point of negative 183 degrees Celsius. It has a light blue color as a liquid or a solid. It actually looks kind of cool. Unfortunately, I don't have any pictures I can show you, but if it's on Wikipedia, I can show it. If not, I can't. Because I don't have time to determine copyright on every single image ever. Let's see here. Liquid, here, hold on. Wikipedia. Liquid oxygen. Okay, that actually looks even cooler than I thought it did. That is liquid oxygen. Notice the very thick glove. Yeah, that's a liquid. That would be the frost condensation on the outside because you're at negative 200 something degrees Celsius. No, that's actually that color. That's naturally that color.
That is so cool.
Let me see if I can find solid oxygen. I'm curious. Aw. That's not helpful. Man. All right. Whatever. That doesn't have it. Okay. Anyway, looks really cool. Yeah, that looks even clearer than I thought or than I remembered. All right. Anyway, it is slightly magnetic, weirdly enough. Okay. Again, keyword there is slightly. Okay. Ozone, however, is a very toxic light blue gas with a pungent odor. You know when ozone is in the room. Okay. You know when your electronics are overheating and you get that smell that's like something has gone horribly wrong? That's ozone. Okay? Yeah, that's what you're smelling, because what's happening is the electricity is actually frying the free oxygen and rebonding it as ozone. Yeah. Not good. Okay? Unplug and get out of the room. All right, anyway. Or at least open a window. Something. Because this is not good for you to breathe in. Ozone has a boiling point of negative 111 degrees Celsius. And that's as much as you need to know about that. It is prepared commercially by distilling liquid air or by filtering air through a molecular sieve. Basically, think coffee filter, but, molecules. All right, anyway. It can be prepared naturally through photosynthesis. This is actually the primary way free oxygen gets provided, is plants take in our waste product, which is carbon dioxide, as fuel, along with water, and they use light and their chloroplasts to create sugar, which we also need, and oxygen. It works really well. It's a nice system. Okay, we get things to breathe. By the way, if you ever want to heavily increase the oxygen in your region without a ton of upkeep and oversight, bamboo. Bamboo actually is more sustainable and provides more oxygen per square unit than trees do. So anyway. And, it looks cool. Anyway, moving on. And, hey, more food for pandas. All right, anyway. You can't give more food to the pandas. All right, anyway. So photosynthesis, that's the main one there. I'm not going to focus too much on it because this is not a biology class. This is not a life science class. This is a chemistry class. So there's a reaction. That's as far as we care about it. Next. All right, it can be prepared in the laboratory by the thermal decomposition of potassium chlorite with the help from manganese 4 oxide. That one is always hard for me to say. All right, so we do that. Anything above or below the arrow is what we call a catalyst. It's needed to help the reaction get done in a timely manner, but it doesn't actually get used in the reaction. Okay, so nothing actually happens to it. So that's why it gets written on the arrow. Okay, and that triangle, by the way, just means heat. This is all stuff we're going to talk about in the next chapter. So just kind of introducing it. So this can be prepared by the thermal decomposition. In other words, we basically melt it and keep going until it decomposes. It can be prepared in the lab by reacting water with sodium peroxide. So there you go. Those are the ways it can be prepared. It can also, again, be prepared by the electrolysis of water, again, outside of a science demonstration in a classroom. Tend not to do it that way because it uses a lot of electricity. Ozone, on the other hand, is created by passing a spark through oxygen. Again, a lot of notation here you guys aren't familiar with, but that's the reaction. Okay, we'll get used to some of that notation here very shortly. It's just the main thing you guys need to know is the bullets, not necessarily the reactions. Okay, so that's why I just start. So it requires an electrical discharge because you have to add 284.5 kilojoules of energy to O2 to get it to break apart and to get it to become O3. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because it's sparking. That's usually what's happening, is sparks are being formed. You can occasionally, and I've only ever smelled it a couple times, but after a fierce lightning storm, if you immediately walk outside once it's all clear, okay, don't get struck by lightning. Okay, you can sometimes smell it in the air too, because you just had thousands upon thousands of volts just hit the ground, So anyway, so that's pretty common there. Yeah, it always looks really cool. I've never seen it. All right, anyway. All right. Oxide means having the O2 minus icon. Peroxide means having the O2 2 minus ion. And superoxide means having the O2 minus ion. Okay? That's just a common, or that's the names we need. Excuse me. for ionic compounds. Okay, so if you ever see peroxide, that means there's an extra oxygen. Hydrogen peroxide is H2O2, which is different from the way hydrogen normally bonds with oxygen, which is H2O. Does that make sense? So H2O2, that per means extra. Super means extra. It's like I don't know how else, it's like per and then super. Like it's accelerating that per. Okay? So that's kind of the idea. How is class already over? Oh my goodness. All right, so I guess we're picking up here tomorrow. Yeah, the homework on this is definitely delayed into next week. I just can't give you an exact date until we start chapter 4. All right, so make sure you guys are keeping up with it, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
We're going to go ahead and get started. We're on page number 101, 5.3, property taxes. Property taxes. One of the biggest expenses, or part of the expenses of owning a home, is your property taxes. All right? If you own any type of real estate, you're going to be paying property tax. It's a major source of funding for counties, cities, and is used to support public education, police, fire, streets repair, and other community services. Okay? So this is primarily how our local counties, our local cities get their money to provide these services to people. Okay? The local tax assessor of a community in which the property is located are responsible to assess the property and give the assessed value. The assessed value is usually lower than the market value, okay? So if you have an assessor come out to your house, the county assessor, they're going to give you a value of your house. Most of the time, that value is going to be less than what the actual market value is. So if you were to put your house up for sale, your market value would be a lot higher usually than your assessed value. Okay? It may be as low as 10% of the market value, but in general, 40 and 60% of the market value. For example, a home valued at $90,000 may have an assessed value of $55,000. Property tax would be paid only on the assessed value. So that's a good thing. You're paying lower taxes based on the assessed value. Okay, the percent of assessment varies from community to community and is used to determine the amount of property tax an owner must pay. There are 3 different types of taxes or tax rates. The tax rate can be expressed as a percent. It can be as amount per $100. So you would take your assessed rate and divide it up into groups of 100 and multiply it by a certain value. You would do the same thing. It could be amount per $1,000, or it could be in mills. Now, typically in mills, this is the most complicated one. This is one a lot of people get confused on, but it's pretty much the same thing as $1,000 because mills is per 1,000. Look at your metric system. That's a kilo or a mill. Mill means 1,000 or per 1,000. Okay. The use of mill is actually another way to express the rate as an amount per $1,000 without using the dollar sign. Okay. So problem number 2. Or before we do that, look right above that box is in bold print. It says property tax equals tax rate times the assessed value. Express the tax rate as 1.5% in the amount of 100 of assessed value. Then you have as an amount per 1,000. So to express 1.5% as an amount per 100, it would be 150 for every $100. So what we're going to do is express the tax rate. We have 1.5%. Okay. So then we would change that to equals $1.50. Per 1,000 would be $15. And then in mills, that would be 15 mils. Okay? So all you do, change your percent to a decimal. This would be 0.015 of 100 multiplied times 100. You get $1.50. Again, 0.015 of 1,000 multiplied times 1,000. Move your decimal 3 spaces, you get $15. And again, mils is still the same thing, just without the dollar sign. Okay? So let's jump over to our exercises over here. Exercise 1, they give you the tax rate. You need to express it as per 100, per 1,000, and in mils. So you have a tax rate of 2.5%, 2.5% of $100, $1,000, and mils. Okay? We're going to change our percent to a decimal. Move it over 2 spaces to the left. So you get 0.025 times 100 is 250. Times 1,000 would be 25. And mils would be 25 mils. Okay? Because when you multiply times 100, you move your decimal back 2 spaces. So you get $2.50. By 1,000, you move it 3 spaces. So it's $25. And then mils is the same thing as by $1,000, only without the dollar sign. Okay? Mils is just a different way to express that. Go ahead and work on 2, 3, and 4. Finish that chart. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Finish the chart. Okay. For 3, 4, and 5, you have to go back and redo the tax rate. Okay, they give you one other thing, and they have to figure out the tax rate. So they give you per 100. So all you got to do is that. Because you got to change it back, divide by 100, and then move your decimal over 2 spaces to change it to the percent. So if you're looking and paying attention, your tax rate and per $100 are typically going to be very close to each other. Okay, 1.5%, $1.50. 2.5%, $2.50. 1.8%, $1.80. Okay, so your tax rate and your per 100 are going to be very close to each other. Your mils and your per $1,000 are going to be close to each other. All right? So that's how we can remember that. Keep those 2 things together, and you should do fine on this section. It's Wednesday, so there's no homework, but I would like you guys to work on the rest of this page, do some of the story problems, finish out that chart, get practice in. Let me know if you have any questions. We will be having a quiz later this week. Let me look it up, and I'll tell you the sections. All right. Again, if you're watching online, make sure you come in and pick up your packet. I still have it sitting in the office by Mrs. Carr's desk. So make sure you come and pick up your packet that has your quiz for this week. Other than that, we are done for today.
All right, in this sentence, we love him because he first loved us. Okay, tell me what my dependent clause is. Because he first loved us. Okay, this is my dependent clause. Okay, what is my subject and my verb in my independent clause? Okay, we and love. Okay, that is my verb. We love who or what? Him. What is him? A D-O. Okay, how do I diagram my independent clause? Okay, what goes on the left side? Subject. What goes on the verb side? Obviously the verb, love. Okay, straight up and down or slanted? Good. We love who or what? Him. Him is my D-O. Okay. Why do we love him? Because he first loved us. That kind of answers your question of what kind of clause it is. Okay. What kind of clause is because he first loved us? Good. It is an adverb clause describing love. Okay. Why do we love? Because he first loved us. So how do I diagram a clause? Okay, give me what I diagram first. Well, what is my subject and my verb? Okay, he loved who or what? Us. It's my D-O. Okay, first is what kind of word? Not an adjective. Adverb going to loved. Okay. When did he love us? He first loved us. Okay. All right, so let's diagram our adverb clause. Okay, how do I diagram a clause? Who knows? Good, a sentence type of diagram. What goes in the first blank? He loved who or what? Us. Okay, that is a D-O. Now, what do I do with the word because? Okay, dotted line where? Where? To the verb, okay? Now, what do I put on the dotted line? Because, okay? So this way that we diagrammed differs from yesterday is that this is an adverb clause. Notice how we said that the introductory word, this is my introductory word, is the one that connects the adverb clause to the main clause, okay? But in adjectives, remember how it connected, but there was nothing on the dotted line. Because in our last sentence, which was acting as, not which, it was acting, or that was acting as the subject within the clause. Okay, so I'm going to put that up on the board just to give you guys a side-by-side visual again. Okay. Okay, what's my clause? My independent clause? Or dependent clause, I'm sorry. Okay, that fear him. Okay, what is it describing? What is it going to? Okay, that is why it's an adjective clause, because it's going to a pronoun of them. Okay, of them is obviously a preposition, but God is my subject, is companion. Okay, this is how I would diagram this one. God is okay, that well okay, that okay, them is describing the word that. That is how it differs from an adverb clause. Okay, adverb clauses, it goes on the dotted line describing what it describes, or underneath what it describes. So if it's a verb, it describes a verb, that's an adverb. If it describes maybe a subject or a adjective, okay, it would be an adverb clause. Those introductory words or subordinating conjunctions would go on the line. With adjective clauses, they do not go on the line. But this is what I mean. In adjective clauses, it would have some kind of function within the sentence. So in this case, it's the subject. That's why it doesn't go on the dotted line in an adjective clause. Okay, does that make sense, everybody? Know the differences between an adjective clause and an adverb clause. Okay, let's do another one. Okay, Brooke knows the song better than I. Okay, this is basically a sentence. It doesn't say Brooke knows the song better than me, because that doesn't really make any sense. It's basically saying Brooke knows the song better than I know the song. Okay, so what is my dependent clause? Dependent. Okay, better than I or than I. Okay, or know the song. What is my subject? Brooke. Okay, what is my verb? Knows. Okay, what does she know? Song. What is that? A D-O, because this is an action verb. Okay, what is the word better? It is an adverb. What is it describing? Okay, knows. This entire phrase or clause is describing knows. Okay, better than I know. She knows better than I know. Okay, so how do I diagram this? What do I diagram first? Independent clause. Good. What goes on the line? Okay, Brooke knows. Make sure you guys are paying attention and participating as well, okay? Brooke knows. What does she know? Song. It's a D-O. Okay, how do I just diagram better than I? Okay? So better, we did say goes to what? Knows. Okay, that is why better goes underneath knows. What is my subject and my verb within the dependent clause? Okay, I. And like I said, it's kind of understood. So how do we describe or diagram understood elements? With an X. Okay, so I would say I know the song. Okay, that is the subject of the clause. Know the song is your verb. It's understood. That is why it's better than I. So I would put an X. Where would I put the word than? Under better. What is it connecting to? The last X? Song to better? Or do you think it would be knows to know or knows to better? Okay? It would go from this, better, to knows. Okay, then on this line, I would put the word than. Okay, adverb clauses, like I said, the subordinated conjunction or the introductory word goes on the line. Okay, adjective clauses, they have a function usually within the sentence. That's how you know the difference is how to diagram an adverb clause and an adjective clause. Okay, noun clauses, where did we say they go? Okay, where do noun clauses? How do we diagram noun clauses? Okay, they're on stilts. So obviously if it's a noun clause, if it's acting as the subject, I put it on stilts. Okay, and then a complement here, whatever it is. Okay, then the verb. If it's acting as the DO, this is where I would put my noun clause. Okay. If it's acting as the IO, this is where I would put my noun clause. Or if it's acting as a OP, okay, the preposition goes here. OP usually goes here, but if it's a noun clause uses an OP, that's how I would diagram a noun clause. Noun clauses go on stilts. What are the words that go above the diagram? Okay, the words that, whether, and if go on a dotted line hovering the clause. Okay, always. Okay, I know that that goes on top. If a noun clause begins with the words that, whether, or if. Okay, let's go to page number. Let's practice diagramming a little bit on page number 20. What is it? Let's practice diagramming on page, or our sentence structure first. On page number, did we already do exercise 29? Reviewing parts of speech? Yes or no? Okay, so let's start with that, reviewing for our test. I don't know if we'll have it on Friday just yet. I think we might have it sometime next week because we're still a little weak in grammar. Okay, so let's review a part of speech. Okay, above each italicized word, write its part of speech. Write noun for nouns, pro for pronouns, V for verbs, all of that other things, okay? So let's look at number 1. What is the word when? Not a preposition, okay? A whole gale exists when the wind velocity is between 55 and 63 miles per hour, okay? Let's evaluate the word when. Okay, is it joining anything together? It's not? It is. What's it joining? Okay, when is joining the whole gale exists to the wind velocity, so it is a conjunction. Okay, when is the conjunction used in that sentence? Okay, it's not a preposition because it doesn't really have an OP. Okay, when you look at the whole phrase, when the wind velocity, it's not exactly an OP, okay? What is the word wind? Good, it is an adjective. What word is it describing, class? Make sure we're all participating. Okay, what is wind describing? Good, velocity, okay? What is the word between? That one is a preposition, okay? 55 and 63 miles. Miles is my OP. Okay, what is the word and? Good, it's a conjunction joining 55. It's joining words, so 55 and 63. Okay, number 2, Thomas Edison, who was called the Wizard of Menlo Park, was granted an astounding number of patents during his lifetime. What is the word who? Good, it is a pronoun. It's a word for which a pronoun or a noun stands or takes the place of a noun. Okay, what is the word wizard? It is a noun. Okay, it's a thing or a person. Was granted an astounding number of. What is the word of? Good, a preposition. What is the word lifetime? It is a noun. Okay, number 3, what is the word some? It is an adjective describing fleas. It's saying how many fleas? Some fleas. What is the word leap? It is a verb. Okay. Jake, make sure you're following along with us and opening your book. We're in our workbook, exercise 29. That's your handbook. Okay. Page number 16. Okay, some is an adjective, leap is our verb. What is the word 12? Good, what word is that adjective describing? Feet, it's saying how many feet? 12 feet. Okay, and then what is jump? A noun, good. Okay, in a single jump. Okay, reviewing verbs. Write the italicized word by transitive, intransitive, linking, or helping. Remember, transitives are action verbs with receivers, or not action verbs, but are verbs with receivers. Intransitives do not have receivers. Linking links words together, obviously, and then helping just appears there with another verb, okay? Let's look at number 1. Franklin D. Roosevelt is the only president to have served more than 2 terms, okay? What is my verb? It is italicized, class. Is. What's my subject? Okay, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Okay, Franklin D. Roosevelt is who or what? President. Okay, what is president? Not a D-O. Okay, it's a PN. So, is it transitive, intransitive, linking, or helping? Good, it is linking. Okay, it's linking Franklin D. Roosevelt to president. Okay, number 2, could you please try to be quiet while I study for my test? What is my subject? You. Okay, we see our verb could, but what else is my verb? Try. Okay, so like I said, what words or what kind of verbs appear with another verb? Helping. Good. It's helping the verb try. Could try. So number 2 is helping. Number 3, respected for his honesty and sincerity, the younger senator received a large margin of the votes. Okay, what's my subject? Senator received. Okay, what did he receive? Margin. Okay, what kind of verb is that? Is there a receiver? Did you say no? There is. Okay, what's my receiver? Margin. Okay, so it is transitive. Okay, senator received for what margin? There is a receiver of the verb received. So it is transitive. Okay, then number 4, lotus seeds which have lain dormant for many years can still sprout and produce a healthy plant. What's my subject? Seeds. Good. My verb is can sprout. Okay. Seeds can sprout and produce. Produce is also my other verb. Okay, but of the verb sprout, is there a receiver? No. Okay, so the verb sprout is what kind of verb? Intransitive. Okay, the word produce is transitive because there is a receiver of plant. Okay, but sprout, there's no receiver, so it is intransitive. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay, we'll start reviewing very slowly for our test. Okay, go ahead and put those away. All right. Take out your vocab books. Okay, we are reviewing. Actually, we don't have anything for vocab. Never mind. That one will be, we're going to have a review test over the units because it has, what's it called? If you guys look on page 25, there's a vocabulary review of all the lists plus the root word, but we'll start studying that once we get closer till our test. Review test will be November 19th, so we'll start that on next week. But if you are, not the 19th, sorry, that is for literature. But we'll start review if you guys want to start review and get ahead. We will have that, but I'll have that test day for you tomorrow once I figure that day out. But no homework, obviously, today for any of the subjects because it is Wednesday, but we do have a test tomorrow in literature, so make sure you are studying for that. No grammar test on Friday. I don't think we're ready for that, so we'll start review on Friday since we'll be taking our test tomorrow. If we have time tomorrow, everyone turns in your literature test before time's up. We can start review. More review for grammar, but go ahead and take out your literature books. Make sure that you have these notes in your book. Okay. The test will be over Unit 3, so make sure you guys are studying for that. Just a few questions for you. Okay, what does it mean, or what is the speech between 2 or more characters, or all the speeches of the play taken collectively? Good dialogue. What is a speech by one character? Okay, soliloquy. Make sure that we're all paying attention. Okay. Ellie, what is the word that refers to the actual movements and speech of characters performing or acting out situations on the stage? The actual movements and speech of characters performing or acting out situations on the stage. Who knows? It is action, okay? Action is the actual movements and speech of characters performing or acting out the situations on the stage. Who are the people who perform the action? Characters, okay? What is the arrangement of events? the plot, okay? Make sure you guys know the differences between action and plot. So action, the actual movements of what's being done. The plot is the arrangement of events. It's the storyline, okay? What is the part of the drama or the story where it introduces the characters and conflict and provides the necessary background? Exposition. What is a play that ends sadly? Tragedy. Okay, what is a play that ends happily? Good, a comedy. So make sure you guys are studying the parts of the drama. Okay, and then make sure you guys are also studying your definitions for the rhyme, rhythm, and meter. Okay, what is the correspondence of sounds? Rhyme. Okay, rhyme is the correspondence of sound. That's basically saying what sounds alike. Okay, what two words correspond to each other. Okay, the regular recurrence of sound is rhythm. So it's rhyme is the correspondence of sounds. Those two things match. Rhythm is the regular recurrence. So it's repeated. Okay, that is rhythm, and it forms some type of beat, if you would say. Okay, that's rhythm. Okay, what is the repetition of the accented or stressed vowel sound and all succeeding sounds in which words come at the ends of line of poetry? Good, end rhyme, okay? If that doesn't give you a clue, they come at the end of the line of poetry, okay? An end rhyme. What is a measured rhythm of a poem? Okay, it's a meter. For those of you who aren't paying attention, make sure you guys are. Okay, we are reviewing for a little bit for our test tomorrow. Okay, what is the pattern in a line of poetry consisting of one accented syllable and one or two unaccented syllables? Good, a foot. Okay, who wants to play a game? Not really? Okay, we'll divide it down the middle. Jake, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, Jake, you're on this side. Okay, so this side against this side. I'll have one person come up from each side. Huh? No, this is just for your benefit, okay? All right, we'll have Esther up, and then let's have Ian up. Okay, so grab a marker. First person to, I'll think of what the winning side does get, but maybe it's bonus points, but you guys will get something. Maybe it might be cookies, I don't know, but. Huh? Yes, come up to the board. We need a marker. First person to write it on the board wins the round. And then make sure you guys are, what? Man, playing games with you guys is also so complicated. Make sure you guys get a marker. Okay, this is your side. This is your side. First person to write the answer. Maybe. The person has to try to guess it first, but then you can use help from your team. Okay? What is, hold on. Let's start at the beginning. Okay, what does it mean? What is the Greek word for no place? Good, utopia. Put a point on the board for your team. Okay, I'm dead. These girls, utopia. Okay, utopia. Okay. All right, Michelle and Ellie. Okay, some of you guys obviously have to go more than once. You can erase it. Yes. Okay. Who was the first person who wrote the first piece of literary criticism? Literary criticism. I honestly don't know who did it first. Okay, no one gets it. I honestly don't know because you did say Sydney, but then I don't know if she was first or not. But good, it was Philip Sidney. For those of you, you guys can either start this in your notes or write it down, okay, so that you can go back and study. Okay, let's have Victoria and Tori. Tori and Tori. Just kidding. Do you ever go by Tori, Victoria?
I go by Toria.
Toria. Okay. Yes. Oh, yeah. If you guys want to take, Jake, do you want to take your quiz here or during lunch? Okay. Okay. What is, give me, excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay. Who wrote the first English essay? English essay. Good. Tori wrote, I was about to say Tori wrote the first piece, but Bacon wrote the first piece of literary criticism, or essay, the essay. Francis Bacon, Francisbacon. Okay, yeah, Emma and Jaylene. Okay, who was the greatest writer of all time? What was that? Yes, Shakespeare. Team 1 is winning. Go ahead, Grace. Grace and Kylie. I know. She was like, okay. Who authorized or did the first printed English translation of the entire Bible? Entire Bible. Starts with a C. Starts with C. Carson. Who helps? Help her. I'm dead. What does it say? Coverdale? What does it say? Move. Coverdale. I think Kylie finished a tad faster than she did. It is Coverdale, okay? Miles Coverdale. If this helps you remember who it was, okay? Miles Coverdale did the entire Bible. So cover to cover, Miles Coverdale. Okay, maybe that'll help you on the test. Yes, a point. Okay, Miles Coverdale first printed. Okay, Jake, you want to go up real quick, or do you want to? No? Okay, Ian, it's back to you. Noah, do you want to go up, or? Okay, back to Esther. Good job. Okay, Who was the doctor that got martyred in Fox's Book of Martyrs? Okay, Taylor. Let's go, Team 2. Come on, get some points on the board. Okay. Okay, that was Dr. Roland Taylor. What town was he from? Hindale. Not Hindale. Not Hindale. Not. It does start with an H. So, what in the world? What is this? Hadley. He was from the town of Hadley. Okay, he was from the town of Hadley. Okay, make sure you guys know that. Yes, you guys did get it. After so many tries. Hindale, sulfur. She put sulfur. Okay, go ahead, Tori. Let's go, Victoria. Okay, what is a measured rhythm of a poem? Yes, meter. Good. Hey, you guys got one. Good. Good. Yes. Put a point.
Put down the point on the board. Or I'll just put it on our side.
No.
Wait, they're at 7? Oh, they're at 6. They're cheating.
Okay, what is the regular recurrence of sounds? Regular recurrence. Rhythmy? Rhythm. If you stopped at the word M, yeah, no, she was done first. Okay, sorry. Maybe if you guys write smaller and make you guys write faster, because you guys write so big, it takes so much effort to write. Okay, let's go, Grace. Okay, make sure you guys know the differences between rhyme and rhythm. Okay, what virtue did the girl or the Virgin Una depict? Grace! That was Grace. Okay. I don't know where it went. Okay, good. Truth. Okay, note that the Virgin Una depicted truth. Okay? Ian, quickly. Next.
Even it out, Ian. The line, make one shorter.
Okay, what was the name of the dragon in the Fairy Queen? Error. E-R-R. I'm sorry. Error. Okay. I don't know. I can't even read that, but I know you know it, so put a point. Okay. He was about to put arrow. I thought you were saying arrow too. Okay, this one might be a difficult one to spell. Who was the demon that served 24 years in Dr. Faustus? After she gets, if she doesn't know it. Mephistopheles. Okay, Mephistopheles, okay? Mephistopheles, make sure you guys know that, okay? He was the demon who served Dr. Faustus for 24 years. Okay, true or false, class? Did Dr. Faustus receive forgiveness? No, he was dragged to hell. Okay, go ahead, Tori and Tori. Okay. What is a classical love song dealing with shepherds and rustic life? Pastoral, good. This might help you. Okay, pastors are kind of the shepherds of their church. Okay, maybe that'll help you remember. Okay, pastoral deals with shepherds. Think of maybe pastors, they're the shepherd of their church. Okay, that'll probably help you with a clue. Okay, pastoral. What is or who was the first, England's first poet laureate? Good, Johnson. You might have to sit up the front so they can hear you. She got it first. Okay, Johnson is what matters. It is Ben Jonson. Okay?
I'm sure I remember who it is next.
Ben Jonson was England's first poet laureate.
That's what I was doing. I was staring at Esther because I knew I didn't know.
Okay? Who knows the theme of Sonnet 29? The theme. Grace! Not father advice. Okay, not advice, but that one is. Okay, listen. Okay, so the sonnets 1 through, what did we say, 120 something. Okay, 126. Those were, like, the whole thing of that was advice to a young man. That's not the theme. Okay? The theme of Sonnet 29 is remembrance of the friend brings joy. Okay, what's the theme of, or Esther and Ian? Okay, what is the theme of On the Life of Man? Well, he doesn't know it, so he can shut. Esther got it. Brevity of life. Okay, the On the Life of Man. Okay, life in life, brevity of life. It's kind of depicting the brevity or the shortness or the fragility of life.
Wait, is it just me or when Esther writes fast, it looks like she's having a stroke?
Okay, what's the theme of Balthazar's song? Balthazar's song. Good. Men are inconsistent, or the inconsistency of men. Okay? Ladies' grief is caused by inconsistency of men. Okay? Next. Tori and Tori. What is usually a work of moderate length in which the writer tries to develop his own thoughts on some subject? Just essay. Essay, Tori. Okay. Good. Okay, an essay is a work of moderate length. Okay. Give me 3 uses, chief uses of studies. Okay, one's wrong. Emma does have it, okay? She kind of has a little bit, not sloth. Okay, sloth is a chief danger. That's like laziness. Okay, so delight, ability, and okay, if you guys don't know where this is, it is studies serve for delight, for ornament, and for ability. Okay, good. But I will give you 1 point. I'll give you 2 for those. Okay, 2 and then 1.
We're in the lead. Oh, what are you talking about, Ellie? Look at this.
Okay, so the chief studies and uses are delight, ornament. Okay. Who gave England the Italian sonnet, or who was remembered? He gave England the Italian sonnet form. Wyatt, okay, but it's W-Y-A-T-T. Okay, she did get Wyatt, all right. I'm usually super graceful when everybody kind of butchers these names. So, Wyatt, you got the point. Okay, Wyatt. Wyatt gave the Italian sonnet form. Who gave the English sonnet form? Okay, Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey. Or you can put Surrey or Howard, okay? Either one. Okay. I mean, it's a little bit past 12:30, so. Oh my.
I don't think Ian will get that. It's like the most unbalanced one.
Let me look for a good question. Oh, what was the name of Shakespeare's theater? Oh, it was the Globe. He put the Globe and Globe. She did get it first.
Oh, then we got 30 points then, Ellie.
Okay. Oh, it's a little bit past time. Let's just do one more for the glory. For the glory. Okay. I need to think of a good one. A good one. It is not 12 a.m. midnight.
But 12 a.m.
It's just 12 midnight.
Yeah, so he says 12 a.m.
Okay, but not gonna lie, that is wrong grammar. No, it's not. Midnight and noon is the use for M. It's just M because AM means in the morning, PM means in the afternoon. But it is 12 midnight technically. Who says 12 a.m. midnight? Okay, the last one. Shh. The last question for the glory. Okay. What was the most significant work of the Elizabethan period? The most significant work. It's not in our book, it's in our notes. It was in 1611. What happened in 1611?
Come on, Tori. Tori here for the win?
It was, ooh. Okay, I'll give you a hint. We should be reading it every day. Okay, but what kind of Bible? Which version? Good. The KJV. Just kidding version, said Michelle. She said the JKV. It's the KJV. I honestly don't know because it was the Bible, but the most significant is the King James Version, okay? Excuse me. Let me pull that out on the slide really quick so you guys can look. We all won. We're all winners.
Because I don't want us to get anyone.
Everyone's a loser.
Everyone's on a purpose at some point.
So I said, I think everyone is a loser.
Not my fault. What's the judge's name?
So nobody gets trophies.
Yes, okay, so the most important work produced during this time was the King James Bible in 1611. Whoops. Okay, says the most significant work produced is the King James Version Bible in 1611. Okay, make sure you guys mark that down. It is turning down. It is lunch. Sorry, we went a little over. I think we were getting a little competitive. But the most important work produced during this time was the King James Bible. Make sure you guys know that. Okay, other than that, make sure you guys are studying. Some of us who didn't know the words, okay, or the answers, hopefully that will help us. Yes.
Be in prayer, I might have a gym.
Yes.
I gotta call someone
Yeah.
today. Lift up some prayers.
Grace, just take this in a study hall or something with your next teacher or lunch. So,
I'm shaking now. I need to calm down. I'm like this one.
yeah.
I can't come in today.
Yes. Yes. Wait, you're not? Okay. No worries. All right, are there any other questions? If not, you guys are dismissed.